IT check. Can you hear me okay? And I presume the mic is off in the room because I don't hear you.
Now he can hear us.
Okay. At some point after public comment, I do need to read another executive session into the record.
Okay,
That's not on the agenda, just to give you a heads up.
exciting.
All
All right, mics are hot.
Morning, Randy.
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
Yes, the second time.
We're good.
This will be my first- This will be my first experience zooming into a BOCC meeting where you're there. So I'm really not, I assume it will go smoothly.
This is good. It'll give you a sense for just how hot these microphones are.
Such assumptions, Randy.
I'm whispering or not, you can understand.
I promise if there's really, really good juicy information that comes out, I won't share it with you.
Yeah, he'll hear it when we won't. All right, so apologies for the slight late start up to the holiday. Today's September 6th. Our BOCC meeting, we'll start it with public comment. Anybody out there on Zoom, if you are interested in making a public comment, just raise your hand and Beth will move you to be a panelist, and then we can hear what you got to say.
Megan's driving today.
Oh, nice.
I know, big guns. I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
Nope.
All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Peter, you mentioned you wanted to read something into the record?
Yes, thank you. We have 2 executive sessions listed on the agenda, but we have another one that we're going to have today. Pursuant to CRS 246402-4B for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice in relation to submission of a ballot issue to voters in Clear Creek County related to taxation and revenues under Colorado law. That item is also up for public discussion, but we'll have the executive session prior to that.
Okay. Any introductions this morning, maybe?
Yes.
Gonna do that during my update?
Oh, that's fine. So county commissioner updates, start with you, Randy.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. There's not much new, a couple little things that are hardly worth picking up. A lot of the main work I did since our last meeting was again with the collaborative effort, and I went over some changes that could be having there at the last public meeting, so I don't think it's necessary to go through that. And it was, other than it was a pretty successful meeting. We're moving some subject matter forward to the CE for our September meeting at the end of the month. And I think otherwise, in the interest of time, especially with the extra executive session, that I'll defer to the other 2 of you now.
George, anything from you?
For starters, I turned the volume up a little bit so that we can
Turn
hopefully
that
hear.
bird down a little bit, maybe.
Okay, so some things on our regional opioid abatement council, known as the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council. We discovered that we need to appoint alternates to all of the seats that we appoint. So I've done a little bit of, for every one of those, it seems like someone not on this board is probably best to figure out who the best alternate is. Of course, we will make the appointments, but I've largely reached out to folks to say, hey, who do you think is a good alternate? In the municipalities, it looks like the person who's interested is Rick Carulian. I hope I'm saying his name right. He's the new town administrator for Georgetown. He is interested for the DA's office. Heidi McCollum is going to pick an alternate that she thinks is good on her staff. I did talk to, that's the law enforcement position. I talked to Sheriff Albers as well. Sheriff Albers feels like because Heidi's the primary, she should also name her alternate. And the alternate for the court system, which is a region-wide appointment, we are hoping that Judge Cynthia Jones is interested. The current primary appointee is from JD1, and we think it'll be good to balance it out by having a JD5 as the alternate. Off the top of my head. Oh, and then of course our DHS and our Department of Public Health have alternates to appoint. And I've asked them just to name a staff person. If you all, this is an opportunity for you all to say, no, I have somebody in mind. And then of course, the last one is the commissioner alternate. One of the seats is for a county commissioner. And so looking for some feedback as to whether you, Randy, or you, Sean, would like to be the alternate to the Regional Opioid Abatement Council.
I'll do it, Randy, if you're not interested. Otherwise, I'm happy to step aside.
I kind of had the same reaction. I'm happy to do it as well, and I just didn't. I don't know if we should. I don't know if we should draw straws, or in terms of our interest. But I'm happy to step up on that one if I need to. I've got a couple of other chairmanships on a couple of things that are going away due to cycling out, and so I'll probably have a little more time to do that. But it just depends on your level of enthusiasm too, Sean. I feel the same way.
I think we're set to make this decision in our next public meeting.
Okay.
And so maybe you guys can spend a little bit of time thinking about it, and we can, whatever comes out of it, we can just put that on the resolution.
I'm dignified to do Rochambeau here, but maybe sometime.
Yeah, you
now
guys
until then.
can go do that in your own time. what else is, I think that in the interest of time, that's the thing that I needed your feedback on.
Okay, I don't think I have any updates today, so I'll just turn it over to you, Brian.
All right. Well, we are pleased and happy to announce we have filled our Human Resources Director position with Carol Ann Fortune. Carol comes to us from Wichita, Kansas, moving her family from Wichita to Clear Creek. Already under contract on a house in Dumont, so moving right into the county, so very happy about that. 1 week on the job, very pleased to have her here. She was served in several different lead HR roles in the private sector in the Wichita area. So just really happy to have the position filled. It's an important, all of our positions are important, but it's provides something to the rest of the county, right, in terms of the work of human resources. So we're just very pleased to have Carol with us. So welcome.
So what does your family think about Colorado so far?
So, okay. So my husband is actually from here and moved to Kansas to be with me. You can imagine the type of love that took. And so, he's home and I am for the first time in my life home because I've been moved around by the military my whole life and have not really had a chance to ever say, I want to go there. So this is my first time doing that, and it truly does feel like home. I feel
Nice.
like I belong here. So.
Welcome.
Other than that, we are moving the next board meeting to the next Tuesday.
Right.
So we'll have several items on that, including a request to use some of the ARPA funds. We're going to be bringing forward the market pay that day. What else do we have on that agenda? We'll make the opioid appointments that George just mentioned. Those are the appointments. We have other appointments.
Yeah, the appointments that Beth was and then are putting together
Okay.
for the boards.
Okay. All right. So again, moving the 20th meeting to September 13th.
Thank you for doing that.
Some of the big items.
Okay.
And that's all I have for an update.
Okay.
Since we have a little extra time, this is pretty early, but I am planning to be out of town the first week of December. My wife's birthday is the 4th. And so I'll be gone the week of the 4th and most of the week of the 11th. So we'll need to think about what to do with that board meeting on the 6th. I can remote in if necessary.
Yeah, I think that's similarly, and I think I mentioned it in a public meeting, but I know I have privately to several individuals that either via email or something that I'm gone October 5th through the 12th with Eileen. So I should be able to get internet access if needed for any purpose, but I intentionally scheduled it to be a Wednesday through Wednesday with the Tuesday in the middle of it being not a BOCC meeting. So I will not have Wi-Fi where I'm staying, but I can get to Wi-Fi if I need to for some reason. So I'd like to try to schedule around that if possible.
Pretty difficult to intentionally pick places with no Wi-Fi these days too.
It took some work. We had to research for quite a while.
The December 6th meeting, that's still with budget. So that somewhere in there, we're going to have that meeting. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty flexible if we need to do it on a non-Tuesday. I'm actually very flexible that time of year.
We do need to decide that ahead of time, though, if that's going to be the
The notice,
budget
yeah.
adoption hearing, because we do have to provide notice.
Yeah,
How much?
I believe it's 2 weeks' notice, so it just has to be published one time, but we usually need 2 weeks leeway in order to get it in the paper.
Maybe that's something we can discuss this coming meeting or the first meeting in October. What we want that to look like.
yeah, I think it's just time to look at the calendar then too.
okay. Do we want to do a quick executive session before the 9 o'clock? Because that's when the,
Yes, that would be great. We may actually end up going into that time, so if you could just alert the public that we may run into the 9 o'clock hour in
Okay.
executive session.
okay, so we do need to work in an executive session. So for the 9 o'clock agenda item, we may be coming back a little bit late, but we will be returning hopefully near 9 o'clock. And with that said, I move the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 2464-024B for the county attorney to conference with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice in relation to submission of a ballot issue to voters in Clear Creek County related to taxation and revenues under Colorado law.
Second.
We have a motion, and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. We'll be back hopefully shortly after 9 o'clock.
We can either go in there. Now they are.
Oh, they are now.
All right, and George is now gone.
Hi, Cass.
Oh, thanks, Matt.
Have we ever met in person?
I don't know if we have.
Hi, I'm Peter.
Nice to meet you.
I feel like I have you properly.
Well, the mics are on, but the cameras aren't.
Oh,
Oh, hold on. I might be able to do it. from here. There's one.
there we go.
Magic. Or I can.
Yeah, we have other work to do, George.
I don't think we're starting until 10, right?
No, we're behind an hour.
I know.
You could do the,
But we're not
could
starting.
do
till
consent.
With 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
I think,
We're just.
Oh, no.
it'll be 10 by the time I blabber out all of those items.
Some of the staff in the room.
What's that?
Some of the staff in the room would be okay with you going to the consent agenda, because then they leave.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
Whoa.
Oh my, I didn't know you're there,
It's
sorry.
okay. You just put me around my chair.
So you broke your glasses. You
All right,
spilled whatever's
Yeah, okay.
mics are hot.
yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're back from our executive session. Thank you for your patience. That lasted a lot longer than we thought it would. We did not make any decisions, nor did we keep any written minutes. We're back in our normal session. We're going to skip over the 9 a.m. and the 9:45. We're going to do the consent agenda, then we're going to come back to the 9:45 and then go to the 10:05. So that said, I will read the consent agenda. Number one, actually, is there anything to be pulled from the consent agenda, Peter or Brian? Okay, thanks.
No, I did mean to point out during my update, though, that items 3 and 4 are, that's a big deal for us, right? We're kind of moving forward on that project. Kudos to staff for all the work they've done today, but we're spending money now to make that shooting range happen, so.
Perfect. So number one, consideration approval of the warrant register. Number two, consideration approval of public trustee quarterly report. Number three, consideration approval of professional services agreement with EV Studio MT2 for the final design engineering work for the new sports shooting park. And I will also say, good work, staff. I really like that team. Seemed like they were really on the ball. Number four, consideration approval of $860,000 CPW grant award for the Clear Creek Sports Shooting Park. Number five, consideration approval of agreement for professional service with the Axiom Group LLC for IT support. Number six, consideration approval of July 12th, 2022 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Number seven, consideration approval of resolution 2253, resolution authorizing the disposal of 4 Clear Creek County Sheriff Office vehicles. Number eight, consideration approval of agreement between the County of Clear Creek, Colorado and Jefferson Center for Mental Health for alcoholism and illicit drug use disorder treatment services. Everyone want to make a motion?
Move we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Diane, consideration approval of the 2022 Clear Creek County abstract.
Okay. Across her.
Abstract.
Thanks.
I like seeing those high fives.
So the value of the county for 2022
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the 9:45 or the 10:05?
This
9:45.
9:45
Then we'll go to the 10:05.
Okay, gotcha.
is 312,260,920.
How does that compare to the last couple of years?
It's gone down. I'm not sure. I think Maria said it was 7.6%. But most of that was due to Henderson because, we had increase in values, but then they lowered the assessment ratios. So, and exempted mobile homes and exempted a bunch of personal property. So
Was it the mobile home? I noticed that the residential assessment went down.
it went, well, the residential assessment rate went down.
Oh, the rate went down.
26 point, no, vacant's at 29.
Okay,
It didn't change. It's the residential assessment rate went from 7.15 to 6.95. And so that kind of took some of our value away that we gained.
Gallagher effect, right?
Yeah, that we gained in reval.
And that's because of Gallagher?
No, that's because of the legislature.
Gallagher was repealed
See, Gallagher,
and
they changed, because to change the assessment rate, they can lower it. And they lowered it temporarily for 2 years. The real legislature. It
Okay.
wasn't anything, because people were complaining because their values went up so much that they were afraid their taxes were gonna go up that much also because it was gonna lower their mill levy. I mean, you can do a credit levy, but the big counties, they have a lot more resources than the small counties. So we saw the decrease.
Okay.
And besides the mine.
Anything else you want to bring to our attention?
No, that's pretty much it. Then I'll just leave these with Beth and you can sign it when you have time, or do you want to sign it now?
Okay, Randy, George, do you have any questions?
no, thank you.
Okay, then I think this is an action item. Looks like we need a motion to approve this.
Move to approve the 2022 Clear Creek County Abstract of Assessment.
Second,
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Did you say aye, Randy?
oh, aye, sorry.
Okay, unanimous, motion passes. Thank you, Diane, and yeah, I would be happy to sign that right now,
Okay, Beth has to,
or
little,
whenever today, whenever I get my stuff to sign.
Well, I don't know if I missed it, but the session, the 9 o'clock session, I know you talked about that we came back late from the executive session, but are we going to table that? Did you already state that you'll?
I did mention that we were gonna do it at the end of the day's schedule.
I thought I might have missed it. Thanks.
Several of us missed it.
Okay, so we've done the 9:45 and the 10, we'll do the 9 later. We're a couple minutes early for the abatement for Clear Creek elevation. But if we have the parties here, I guess we could get started, couldn't we?
is she online?
Brittany, yes.
Yes, as long as announce the-
Sign it on right where that sticky is.
First time I signed since before the pandemic.
And Beth will do the rest. Thank you, Sean. I'm gonna leave this with you.
Okay.
I haven't signed it yet, but
Okay, thank
I
you.
will before we leave.
We doing the
Assessment info. Do you have something for us to look at when it comes to the assessment?
Abstract.
I mean, the value that I certified, is that what
The
you're?
10:05 abatement here.
Oh, I have, yeah, I have. I didn't realize that, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The abatement. This is the new hotel down by the lake. Oh.
Thank you.
Um,
Is this for the 10:05?
yes,
Okay, did we clearly state what it is? I just want to make sure the record's clear that This relates to the continued abatement for Creek Elevation LLC.
Yep, okay, yeah, I was just waiting for the property representative to be online.
Brittany?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Brittany.
You just-
I just don't have video.
Okay, perfect. Then we'll move to our 10:05 agenda item, which is a continued abatement for the Creek Elevation LLC. I'll turn it over to you, Diane.
Okay, we currently have it valued at $4,618,190. And our comparables more than support the valuation that we have. Let's see, the third comparable is the Argo Motel, since you don't have a picture. And those are actual sales of properties that we are required to use. And she's requesting $2,200,000, which is actually less than what the Argo sold for. And the square footage is double to triple in any of my other motels or hotels. And it's brand new, where all the other hotels are fairly old. So we'll let Brittany talk.
Thanks. Good morning. Yeah, thanks for hearing me out. I just have a few quick points to discuss and address why I think we may be overvalued and it may not be fair and accurate. I do understand that all the other hotels are older. But for us, the most straightforward for us in our review was that side-by-side, apple-to-apple comparison of the properties based on their square footage and location. I did turn a few in with my original petition for abatement. But in this comparison, we used nearby businesses, other hotels and lodging establishments. They all had a square footage ranging from like 35,000 to 100,000. And we're kind of in the middle of that. And each of them are assessed at obviously a fraction of what we are. A specific example is the brewery, which we're part owners in and can clearly see that their square footage, while it's real similar to ours, their tax is about a fifth of what we are at. And it could be argued that their location could be even better than ours since they're right on the water. But another good comparison is the Georgetown Lodge. They have what I think is almost double the square footage of us. They're right on I-70 like us. I understand they're old and we're brand new, but they're assessed at half of us. And if that's what's being side-by-side comparisons, it was really hard for us, when we, and I assume we're only talking about sales of like properties, not our income. That's correct, right?
Right.
Okay. So, well, either way, I just think, I'm out there working every day, all day, just to make the ends meet and can't pay myself. The mortgage is astronomical. We have all the same expenses, staff, all that good stuff. But this hardship of the property tax is putting us in a position where we're actually considering selling the hotel. My husband literally just accepted another job this week so we can get by. I know this is a little off track, but opening during the pandemic and the state of the economy right now, and just the general cost of doing business, we're struggling to succeed. And we really could not have planned or budgeted for such a drastic increase in our property tax, which I understand going from 3,000 to 101,000 was mainly due to us going from concept to completion. But in forecasting and preparing our feasibility studies, we based our estimated property taxes, just like we mentioned before, on the comparable properties in the county. And we are double the next comparable hotel, which interestingly enough has like twice our square footage. So there was really no way for us to budget for this. It's going to put us in, well, it has put us in a really tough position just because we couldn't budget for this. So, despite the economy and these apple comparisons, we do still think that we are overvalued. And I just find it incomprehensible that our assessment could be considered fair and accurate as is. But I'm not a tax attorney. I am just a small business owner and operator that is trying to succeed, provide jobs. We're paying a ton of taxes into the town, the county, the state, and we're just trying to get back to the community, but it's becoming a huge struggle. This was a big hit. So thank you for hearing me out a little bit.
Yeah, thanks, Brittany. I think one thing that's worth mentioning, since I believe this is the first time you've been before this board, is Ms. Sudlow is following a process that's spelled out in great detail in the state statute. And you bring up some relevant context, which I don't think the statute really provides us for any ability to take into consideration. Is that fair to say, Diane?
Yes, and I also have to look at sales, not, we try to make sure our properties are valued fairly, obviously, but when you look at the sales, that's what supports our value. That's what creates the values, are the sales. And these sales occurred from June, oh boy, here we go, July 1 of 2020 through June 30th of 2022. No, that's where we're going now. This is July of 18, July 1 of 18 through June 30th of 2020.
I'm seeing the sale date 8/31/2016 for 2920 Colorado Boulevard. Am I missing?
Yeah, we're using 5 years worth of sales. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, on commercial properties, due to the fact that we go back in 6-month
Sure.
increments and we use the full 5 years of sales. So we have enough sales to determine our commercial values.
Right.
So, and the values have been increasing, not decreasing. So that's kind of another issue, but.
Well, and a quick question on that is if we're considering the sales, is the apartments part of that comp set? I know you mentioned the Argo mine and your opening, but are we factoring in the sale of like the business and the property and the building?
If they give us that information, the Argo Motor Inn is what we're looking at, not
Okay.
as one of the sales. If they give us the information on the business, we take that into consideration, but many times they don't.
Sure. I just want to make sure we're not being compared side by side with the apartments because those selling as a business are completely different than a hotel. And I just wanted to get a better idea of how that.
I agree. No, we couldn't compare you to the apartments because they are considered residential, not
Okay.
a hotel. So they don't even factor into this.
And this assessment is only for the hotel, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
George, Randy, any? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say another thing is just the empty lot next to us, which also has not changed since January of 2021 and prior to that as well. I really feel like that hurts us. We are in constant, at our expense, fixing windows, fixing parking lots, fixing entryways, which is the guest's first impression for us. I just feel like that truly has hurt our property value. The unmaintained road, which is not mine, so I don't know if I can technically pave it, but it's a constant expense and eyesore. And I think that should maybe come into play. They're not where they should have been in construction or completion, and that being right next door to us, that's our drive-in. They see dirt piles, they're getting their windows blown out. I think that affects our property value.
Does your process, does it have considerations for, can we even consider sort of the condition of neighboring properties?
Well, we can consider location.
Okay, so that goes into location.
Yeah, and we could adjust the location to fair. It's not like right on a perfect corner, although you can see it from my 70, but maybe because of those eyesores next to it, we could adjust that location down to fair. I can't tell you at the moment what that would do to the value, but
And fair is below average.
yes.
Okay.
And
Because
good,
if I was going out to market this hotel to sell it, that would certainly come into play. So I do appreciate you considering that.
And I'd be willing to consider that, to change it to fair, just based on what's going on down there. I understand what you're talking about.
I mean, when I look at the comps and I look at, we would have to think kind of carefully about that one, huh? Because 2920 Colorado Boulevard is sitting next to a former Colorado State Patrol building that I think is a former mobile home that was kind of remodeled and expanded into. And it's listed as a location rating of good.
Well, it's right there as you get off the highway. It's the first thing you see when you come into town.
Right.
East End, so.
So are we thinking about it in terms of visibility or who their neighbors are? Do they have eyesores next to them?
Well, it depends. It's depend, but that one to me is in a good location. It's across the street from McDonald's. You've got Starbucks being very close. I mean, it's just boom, boom, boom. I mean, and those two businesses are drawing so many vehicles where Ms. Patel does not have that kind of draw. The brewery, but I don't think it pulls in like Starbucks and McDonald's do. So that's why that one's considered a good location.
I think, I mean, I understand that. I think if you look at that spot that we're talking about in Idaho Springs and you think about its potential and you think about the other things that are in the immediate surroundings, if you were to draw a radius around the hotel versus a radius around the one in Idaho Springs, you could probably find property would be considered blighted within both of those radii. And the lake and the trail and all that stuff, that place is full and picks up a lot of attention. And it is visible. And I agree that there's an undeveloped lot next to the microtel, but that entire thing was undeveloped just a few years ago. So it's in the process of transition. And that transition isn't, the ultimate completion of that transition while behind schedule doesn't, it doesn't seem like that bodes poorly enough for us to consider that location to be below average. I mean, the whole thing's becoming developed for that purpose, both residentially and commercially, over a long period of time. And, or it has been envisioned for that for a long period of time. And now that's culmination. So that's, the trend is certainly upward for that location. So while I can understand the applicant's, concern about those things, but I think there's a lot of ways to look at it if we start deviating from the numbers and start trying to rationalize the whole package and whether that's a good or a bad. I mean, I'm fine if we want to go back and go through that exercise. I question whether we should be considering that a below average location for a new hotel.
So Randy, I do appreciate that you see that this is developing and it is going that direction, but what we're arguing or discussing is the value of our property on January 1st of 2021. We had not completed construction. We didn't even have our certificate of occupancy. So if that's what as it says online, that's what we're based on, January 1st of 2021. I agree that we are developing. It's amazing. I love that it's building up the community. It's eventually going to be a beautiful project, but we're not there and we weren't there in 2021. So I do ask and urge that you reconsider the status of the property at that time.
What's your response to that, Diane?
When did you receive your CO?
January 20th, I want to say offhand.
It was pretty close. I knew it was pretty close.
Yeah.
You
So
were probably 95% complete as of January 1.
yeah, we still had quite a few permits that needed to be signed off on and inspections, and all of those happened in the first 3 weeks of January. So we did have the majority of the first or of that year, but we did lose the first month. So something to consider as well is that, 90% of the year we were open and operating and complete, but there were some internal and external construction items that were not complete. And again, we were not open for business or permitted at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you're saying, Randy. Although one of the things that I observe is if things continue to play out like we expect, this will not be a below average site in a year or two or whenever the development will be complete around it. So I feel like should we go down that road, it would be providing some temporary relief and not making some sort of a longstanding precedence.
And that's, I think, what we're asking for is, given that we opened during a pandemic and just everything that we're facing, temporary relief, I understand that that'll change. But I think we need to look at where we were at in 2021, opening a hotel in the middle of the way the economy is, the pandemic, just in general, we could never have predicted that when we started construction and budgeted for this. So any consideration and help would be greatly appreciated.
I mean, I think that what we have here is, you know, a need to be consistent and objective. And I worry a little bit about, based on a 10-minute conversation, deciding we're going to adjust the location rating from average to something below average. It raises questions in my mind is, do we have any locations that are considered above average in our database? And what do those locations look like?
Have the location of the comp number one.
I know, and that's just average, and it's
Oh,
like
it's good.
condition. Oh, you have location rating of good
Yeah,
here.
and that's right there, you know, as we talk.
Okay.
McDonald's and Starbucks.
So that's, I mean, I guess I need a broader context than 3 comparables. We need to look at more locations for me to really understand whether that's acceptable, because it's hard for me to imagine that being right by Georgetown Lake is below average when we've got hotels. How does that put the rest of the range when we've got hotels that are not even visible from the highway at all?
More about that lot next to her than the lake, you know, so you've got the give and take down there.
Right. So the question is, when the rest of that area is developed, does that bring the whole location into a good rating? Or does it make it just average when we've got areas in our communities that you can't see
I
from
would
the
say
highway?
it would be more of a good because of the lake and the access to the lake right down there.
So if it's temporarily depressed, is it temporarily depressed from good to average or from average to below average?
Right.
Right. And that's
That's
a
the
conversation that I don't know if I'm ready to make a determination on that today.
Okay.
I don't know if I need more context.
Would it be fair, or are you comfortable with maybe going and doing some research and maybe having some communication with the property owners and coming back to us soon about
Sure.
this one?
Sure, we could do that.
Is that what you're kind of looking for?
Yeah, I think so. And that way, I mean, because you're right, if we're doing this based on what we perceive to be a temporary condition of a property, I just kind of want to understand how that works in the long run, what we think this property looks like compared to other areas of our communities when it is built out the way that it's envisioned.
Right.
Are we trying to build that to be my hope is our goal is to have that be a good condition property.
I agree.
And the goal of the owners, and probably the reason why they chose to build there, is that eventually it's going to be a good location,
Correct.
and not an average one. But I'm willing to see enough data to
right?
convince.
So
Yeah,
how
we
it's
can't
gonna play out.
predict that part,
Right.
you know, so we can only go with what we know. But yeah, I'd be willing to sit down with Ms. Patel and talk to her and, you know, see if we can, you know, since it wasn't completely 100% January 1, that's something we can look at also.
Okay.
So, and then bring it back to you, and maybe we can come to an agreement at some point, hopefully.
And are we allowed legally to look at a broader set of location ratings than just these comparables that have sold to inform that location rating?
Well, there's no way to analyze it because you don't have sale prices. I mean, we don't want to go and
They're not in the-
Summit County or Jefferson County, you know, you've got.
But like, am I allowed to consider other data? Like, for example, what's the location rating of the hotel that is, sorry, I live in Idaho Springs, just east of the Georgetown Market? What's that hotel called? The Georgetown Inn? Like, what's the
Oh,
location rating
one
there?
right there.
Can I consider that location rating? I know it's not a comparable sale, but it probably
Well,
has a.
it's not a sale. But
Right.
that's okay. You know, we can,
Just to look at location ratings to understand, to give us some context, as George said, would be helpful.
okay, I can do that. And then,
And I think one other piece of information that would be very helpful, because I think it's just changing, just clicking a different box somewhere and telling it to calculate, but if it would be interesting, it would be good for us to see what the change would be if it were changed to fair from average.
right,
And to understand the implications of that and see if that makes any kind of logical sense once we see that number.
right. And it might not. It might not. I agree, Randy.
And the other thing I'm curious about is that we have a brand new build that's listed as average condition. And if in a future, when this comes back, if you can help me understand what it takes to be above average.
Okay,
Um,
well, the condition is based on age, so that's how we look at it. So condition for its age, it's brand new, so it's average condition for its age, but yeah, as it compares to the other ones, I agree with you, yes.
Okay, because yeah, that's another thing that I see some hotels listed as average condition that are, I know not to be in as good a condition as this brand new hotel.
Right,
Well, I think that's a really good point. I can't imagine that we're supposed to consider it to be average for its age, as though average for its age for brand new has the same value as average for its age for 100 years old and run down. I
right,
mean, they can't be the equivalent rating in a property tax calculation, because one of them is obviously run down and one of them is obviously brand new. So it has to be average it has to be average or above average or below average within the context of the whole spectrum. Not just, for its average for its age ought to be darn good if it's brand new.
Yeah, and just a time check, we're over our time. We thought we were going to talk about this. Randy, George, I don't have anything else to add to the conversation other than I support revisiting this later. Do you have any final comments for Ms. Patel or Diane?
No, thank you.
We probably have to set a date certain.
yeah.
How much time do you think you need to do whatever research and communications that you want to do?
I can, maybe a couple weeks.
So it'd be in October.
First week.
Does that work for you, Brittany?
I will make everything work.
Okay, good.
That would be, we're talking about the 4th then, the first Tuesday of October.
October 4th. That would be okay.
I have. Just see what I have.
And the motion would be to table, correct, Peter?
Table or continue.
Continue.
I have 9:45 on October 4th.
Okay.
That's acceptable to you, Diane? Okay, then somebody want to make a motion for me?
I'm just looking for the case number here.
I don't think it had it in there. I think it was just creek elevation. It's in the attachment. Let's see.
Do we absolutely need the case number in the motion, Peter?
No, as long as you're referencing it
Okay,
from what the discussion has been, you're fine.
I move we continue this hearing that we just finished discussing to October 4th at 9:45 a.m.
And by this hearing,
Creek elevation.
Yeah.
LLC.
Creek Elevation LLC. Do I hear a second somewhere out there?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
I
Motion passed. Thanks for your patience, Brittany, and we'll talk about this again soon.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to our 10:15 agenda item, thanks, Ann. Interview for vacancy on the Free Tech Board of Directors. Dr. Ryan, come on up. So I think you've seen the drill. Just let us know a little bit about your background for anybody who happens to be watching, and then your interest in serving on this board.
Thanks for having me. Yes, so my background, I have been the public health director here in Clear Creek County for a better part of 2 years. Time flies. Prior to that, I have significant work in prevention in Wyoming, having written the handbook for the state of Wyoming in injury prevention for occupational settings. My interest in this board, as the director of public health, I am on what I believe to be the healthcare end of the healthcare continuum in the form of prevention, which is what this board is really about, that I'm wanting to be a part of. In talking with Director Monsu, it seems like a really good fit in terms of my background and what the board works on.
Okay. George, Randy?
I'll defer to George.
I guess I had always assumed the Free Tech Board was more about emergency services than about public health, and I realized there's a public health element to emergency services. I guess I'm just curious. You mentioned that the Free Tech is about prevention, and I guess, can you just expand on that a little bit more? How it's, I guess I thought it was more about emergency preparedness than it was about preventing emergencies.
From the incredibly brief snippet that's in the thing, it talks about the healthcare continuum. It talks about injury prevention, right? You can, this is sort of the continuum. You can put your seatbelt on and prevent yourself from going through the windshield. Or the other end of the spectrum is you've been in an accident, the seatbelt saved your life, and now you're in the hospital and they're dealing with you, right? Understanding that entire continuum is very important. Right now, there isn't a public health aspect component to the Free TAC from a participants from Clear Creek County. Whereas other counties do have a public health member on the Free TAC board. So most things are preventable, from communicable diseases to going through your windshield because you didn't wear your seatbelts, to wearing a bike helmet or a motorcycle helmet. All of those prevent an injury or potentially, and the other end of the spectrum is treating that. Knowing what preventive measures are in place can help you prepare for how many emergency room beds do you need to deal with this issue, because 10% of our population wears their seatbelt, just as an example. I made that number up, but you understand the concept of knowing what preventive measures are in place will help you prepare for emergencies, what you actually need to address a significant need or a small need.
Would to get to, I think running down that same line, would examples for example, community paramedicine or the support that EMS has offered to during the pandemic, for example, and been able to assist in COVID response and prevention, would those be seatbelts? Examples of seatbelts?
Absolutely. I think interaction and collaboration and support between EMS and public health and fire and the other end of the spectrum, the hospitals and the trauma care units, et cetera, et cetera. Interaction and collaboration between all of those is absolutely critical. And understanding that full continuum is very important as well, of all the players in that continuum.
Yeah, one thing I'll throw out there, this is a group that sits under CDPHE, public health and environment. And there's a state level board called Semtech, and there are a variety of committees in Semtech, and one of them is injury prevention. There's also more things related to certification of emergency rooms and a whole variety of other things. But there are specific programs that happen at the state level that get pushed down regionally, like Stop the Bleed was one that happened a few years ago. So I definitely think there are relevant public health conversations to be had, related to our interest in public policy.
Yeah, back to your point, Randy. I think this pandemic has been a great example, right? The North Star for the governor has been hospital beds. Literally, that's the North Star. The number of hospital beds, can we manage the number of people who come in? The other end of that spectrum was me and people like me trying to keep people from going to the hospital and into the hospital. So being a part of that entire system, I think is absolutely critical to understand what is the North Star at the state level and how can we down here at this level help that North Star and help achieve that goal, I think is very important.
What's your understanding of the time commitment and like what the role would entail?
It would consume all of my free time that I currently have. No, it's once a month. There's a meeting or quarterly, a meeting down in Denver or down somewhere down the hill. I think it's manageable from my.
Anything else, George?
I mean, Sean, you asked the other question, was just sort of how this fits into your day job.
I think it fits in fine.
Yeah, I mean, historically, since I've been around, we've had challenges even seating 3 people on that board. I think we got by with 2 for quite a long time. And then attendance has been spotty from some of the people who were in that board back when Randy and I got elected. I don't think that's the case anymore. So I think it is important that, it's a commitment that whoever serves on that board honors and that we certainly, show up to the meetings.
Even though I'm average for my age, I will commit my full time to this volunteer service.
Yeah, and I do think historically we haven't necessarily had, because there's certain things like grant programs, the ability for us to access our share of the money. And I don't think we've always had the perfect representation there. So I appreciate your background and kind of knowing how that part of the game works too.
All right. Do you mean, am I understanding you right? You think the makeup of the Free TAC board impacts its ability to get grants, or am I?
There have been times in the past, and I don't know if Brian Montz is on the call, where I think it's not a huge number. Maybe it's 5,000 to 25,000 or something like that. And we did not get that grant because we didn't ask for it.
As in Clear Creek County or as in? Okay.
Yes. And that was before Brian's time. So I don't want to cast any shade at him. He has nothing to do with that part of it.
I mean, just for anybody in the public that's watching, this is our public health director. We know him well. We've spent more time interacting than I think any one of us wanted over the last few years. That's part of the explanation for the dearth of questions here.
Anything else from you, Randy?
Well, only George, I thoroughly enjoyed the time I spent with Tim. But I think you meant that the subject matter was what we wanted to do. But no, I have no questions. No.
Yep. Well, thank you for applying. I mean, we're in the embarrassment of riches of having 2 good candidates who are applying for this one seat. So you know what the process is. At some point soon, I think we have a few of these that are outstanding. George and Randy and I need to sit down and make some decisions and give recommendations for these appointments.
We got some appointments on the next agenda.
Okay, perfect. Any questions from you, Tim?
No.
All right, thanks again.
Thanks.
We're back on schedule. Well, yeah, exactly. You guys want to take a quick break so we can come back at 10:45?
Sure.
We'll take a quick recess and be back in 6 minutes.
You guys unmuted.
Okay, perfect. So we're back. Take up the 10:45 agenda item, consideration approval of release and settlement agreement with T8 Ulysses Site Management.
Thank you. I think a big thank you to Sarah Lewis, our finance team, who pointed out the fact that these payments were not coming into the county. So I'll be working with Maria to ensure we've got some kind of a system in place moving forward, right? We had a staff member leave and that staff member was responsible for tracking these payments, and they weren't, then the staff member left and they weren't getting paid. So we had it from 2016 through sometime in 21, I believe, they weren't paying. So they requested a release agreement from us. It was interesting because they had two different sites that they had not paid on. This one here is a little over $69,000 that they owed us in payments. The other one was somewhere around 40,000 in payments. That one, they did not require a release, so they just paid us. For whatever reason, in this one, they wanted this release sign. It might have something to do with the dollar value, but
So they're gonna pay it, but they
they just want this agreement.
Okay.
They just want the agreement in there. Because Sarah contacted, actually, I think Sarah contacted Peter's office and they reached out to American Tower, who then reached out to me to say, hey, I think we owe you some money. So, so we need to put some guardrails in place for the future, so these kinds of things can't happen, right?
Okay, and these are cell towers on county land.
Yes, exactly.
The
Where
release
is it?
does release certain, it would have been penalties that may have come as a
I see.
result. And so this just takes the bottom line of what they owed.
Since it was like, I know, that's a
Ida.
mistake.
Exactly.
I know, type of a thing.
It's Ida Mountain,
Sorry?
Ida
It's
Mountain.
right above the old high school in Idaho Springs on 103.
Oh, okay.
That's about it. To releasing them, and then they're gonna pay us the back monies that they owe us.
And so this is, okay, I read it right. This is the property. They're leasing the property. They own the building, all the equipment inside the
Correct. They
building.
own some of their own equipment, their own communication equipments, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Seems straightforward to me.
Yeah, I agree.
What's that?
Is Randy on there?
Who?
Randy?
Did we lose Randy?
It's muted, and it's just his picture. He's there.
There it
I'm-
is.
Yeah.
No, it all makes sense to me.
And no questions or comments from you, Randy?
No, I was just reading through the background on it again, and I have no questions or comments.
Okay.
And I agree with staff recommendation.
Me too. Anything from you, George? All right, then I think we just need a motion.
So I move that we approve the release and settlement agreement with T8 Ulysses Site Management LLC.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Is there any reason why we can't start the 11 o'clock a little bit early? The letter?
I don't think so. I mean, it's something you guys, that one of you requested. Let's-
Yeah, no, we can absolutely start it.
Okay. And this is the letter that in some ways mirrors what San Juan County and maybe another county down in the southwest did.
No,
No, this is different, I think. This is a different issue.
Maybe I should actually read it.
this is a letter in support of Good Samaritan legislation. It's
Oh,
related to
yeah,
the same
yeah, yeah,
topic.
yeah.
We have Good Sam laws, the EPA, the Division of Water with the state, all kind of circling around the same subject matter.
Prior to this legislation getting introduced, you all signed a letter urging Congress or the Senate to pass such legislation. So our two senators.
This has actually been one of our primary requests when we go to Washington to accelerate each year that we've gone, or even the years we haven't gone. This has been part of what we've managed to get into the agenda on our behalf and those of other of the mining counties to try to get this done, and they're trying to get it done.
I remember Senator Hickenlooper mentioning he sponsored the legislation, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Both him and Matt. That's really all I have. The letter was run by Trout Unlimited, who had reached out to all three of you directly. So I had a conversation with them and had him read the letter. There was it.
Okay.
compliments on the letter, not really a policy change for the board, just restating it because there's another opportunity to do so. And I think the letter is well written. Thank you, Brian.
Agreed. Are we, do we want to do a motion now? I'm happy to do
Yeah, I'm
so.
good with that.
So I move that we approve the letter that Brian drafted, a letter of support for Bill Federal Bill S 3571, the Good Samaritan Remediation of Abandoned Hard Rock Mines Act of 2022.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thanks again, staff. And any reason why we can't take up the 9 o'clock agenda item now?
Are we ready or do you need a recess?
I think we probably need a recess. Could we go into? I think we should go back into executive session. That is my suggestion.
Okay, and I know there's people here waiting to have this discussion. Do we have any expectation about how long that might take?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay, perfect. So then,
Yeah, just
and then
the,
we can take up the other executive session if needed afterwards.
yeah, we can do that after we have this discussion.
Okay. Then I will move again that the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Wasn't prepared, unfortunately. For the reasons that we stated on the record earlier relating to the ballot measure, we're going to go back into executive session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Same link, same Zoom link.
Yes.
So motion passes. The board will now move into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made, and we'll be back by 11:15, I would say. Muted. Okay. Thanks, everybody. We have returned from our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. And we're now going to take up the 9 a.m. agenda item. Consideration approval of resolution 22-54. Resolution submitting to the eligible electors of Clear Creek County at the general election on November 8th, 2022, a ballot issue authorizing a portion of the revenue from the county's existing lodging tax to be used to support housing and childcare for the tourism-related workforce, including seasonal workers and other workers in the community, and for facilitating and enhancing visitor experiences, and for providing other matters related to the ballot issue. That's no longer the exact language, I believe, but Peter will be presenting the proposed language. We'll be having a discussion about it and very likely taking some action today. So Peter, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. What I'm going to do, just because I think it'll be easier, is share my screen. And let me do that right now.
It should be set to default.
Yes, but I'm not logged on just yet. So
Okay.
let me just give a brief overview before I share the screen. So what you have before you, just by way of background for members of the public that are watching, the legislature passed legislation this year that allows for a county's lodging tax to be used for purposes other than just advertising and marketing. So in the past, it has been restricted to using any dollars brought in from the lodging tax. You had to use it for advertising or marketing, tourism, or local tourism, I should say. So now the legislature has allowed an expansion of those uses, and that expansion includes using those dollars to support housing and childcare for the tourism-related workforce. That includes seasonal workers. It also includes all other workers in the community. So even though it notes tourism-related workforce, it also includes other workers in the community. So that can be anybody who works at your Safeway, to your Starbucks, to somebody who does work in a hotel. Basically anybody that's within the county that works in the county. So with that in mind, the board has considered or has been considering expanding that use. In order to do that, the legislature has said that there must be a ballot measure that says to the members of the public, that asks the members of the public if the county can use lodging tax dollars, the revenue from that on these other purposes. And so that's why we're here today. Let me open up.
Peter, are you joined in the meeting?
No, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, sorry, just making.
No, that's why I had logged out of it, and now I just need to log back in. And then I'll share my screen, just kind of go through it a little bit so that you all. Okay, I am now in the meeting.
Perfect. Mute yourself. There you
Go. Can you hear me? Yes, everybody can hear me.
Good work.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. And oh, wrong one. One moment. Great to be. Here we go. All right. So I'm going to go up to the front, not to make anybody dizzy. This is just the intro to the resolution. The resolution has whereas clauses that explain basically what I was just explaining to you, going through House Bill 22-1117. If there are any Scrivener's errors in this, as part of any motion that the board would consider, I'd ask that there just be language in the motion that says that the county attorney is authorized to make any changes consistent with whatever discussion we have. I think I should go right to the meat of the ballot language. So what I did is, this was originally, what you see here was originally what's in the agenda backup. It is very cumbersome and redundant, and we'd rather make it just clear and to the point as to what it is we're asking the public to authorize. So what I did is I basically took this initial language and I modified it to now what you're seeing here. And this is what the board, I would ask that the board consider today as to whether or not they're comfortable with the language, understanding that the statute requires that no less than 10% be spent on advertising and marketing, but up to 90% can be spent on those other uses. The board today would not only be considering the language, it would be considering the percentages in the ballot language. Those are there right now, 60 and 40 as proposed, but that's up to the board to consider. And then the board has to decide whether or not it wants to expand the use to support housing for the tourism-related workforce, et cetera, childcare for the tourism-related workforce, et cetera, or other issues, other matters. There are other expenditures that are allowed by law if you ask the voters to seek approval, and that includes capital expenditures that are spent on enhancing the tourism-related experience, tourist experience. I believe that the language for all other purposes permitted by law covers that, but it's up to the board as to whether they want to specify additional things. It should be noted that the statute does require specificity in terms of what we want to spend it on. So the all other purposes permitted by law is kind of a catch-all, but in reality, you have to understand that these dollars, if you specify housing and childcare, that's what the intended use is for. So if you want to expand that use with specificity, you may want to add enhancing the visitor experience. I did not put that there, but
like you mentioned, that could fall under the kind of catch-all, as you called it.
it could, whether or not it's specific enough would be something that presumably there'd have to be some law, some interpretation, I should say, some case law to determine that. Right now, it's not really clear. And the legislature did specifically keep things open. They made this very broad. In the top version, I just highlighted for you what that other language, if you wanted to be a little more specific, you could say, and for facilitating, enhancing visitor experiences, and then still have this part as well. It's just, it's more a matter of when you take into consideration the amount of dollars that we bring in revenue from the lodging tax, it's not a huge pool right now. And if you give, for example, our tourism bureau a certain amount for them to do advertising and marketing and operate, how much does that really leave for childcare and housing alone? Are we going to have enough to spend on enhancing visitor experiences? But again, that's a board policy discussion on how they want to apportion that money.
I think my first reaction to it is I like the work you've done, Peter, and I think it's almost, I mean, it may be perfect for me right now. And I think the reason is that we're likely to have to be adaptable in the future, and it remains fairly flexible. It addresses something that you have pointed out previously, which is if we put a hard dollar figure in and then we have 6 hotels go in over time, you know, in the next decade or something like that, then a hard dollar number might turn out to be less than the 10%. You know, the hard dollar maximum could turn out to be less than 10% of the revenues, which would be in conflict with state law. So leaving that hard dollar figure out is, I think, wise. And the one thing about the enhancing visitor experiences is that although the state has been pretty flexible and not tried to define what that is and allows us to work it out later, it can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and also some misunderstanding of what it can mean. I mean, it could be anything from putting amenities at trailheads to hardening a trail so that it better endures the amount of traffic it's getting on it. Or it could be implementing a reservation system in order to limit visitation, because once a place is over visited, it's a degraded visitor experience. There are so many different ways that it can be interpreted that it's, I think it's, without holding a retreat or something about what enhancing visitor experiences might mean, it's more difficult to understand. And so to simply say, as permitted by law is, I think, a catch-all that picks it up. But anyway, I like that version of the wording, or that wording at the bottom.
I agree. And the one thing I would add to it is, to my knowledge, we've had no stakeholder engagement on this issue, or at least I haven't, or we haven't publicly that I know of. And before codifying something and restricting the voters to how this could be used in the future, I like the idea of leaving it more open now and then leaving us the ability to have the stakeholder engagement in the future. I know housing and childcare are things that are top of mind right now. Will they be top of mind in 10 years? Likely, but maybe not, or there could be something else that comes up. And I think leaving future boards and the public the ability to be flexible, I think, is important.
I just wanted to comment, we did reach out to all the municipalities and did have a meeting with them to discuss what the three of you were proposing or discussing at the board level. So we did at least have that and reach out to those stakeholders. I know there's probably a longer list of stakeholders, but
That's true. And we did the survey as well. And I mean, I think that was a good start, but I would personally characterize that as a fairly anecdotal start.
Yeah, it wasn't a scientific survey, but I think that one thing it did is it clearly showed that, as you said, Sean, it's top of mind. I know I won't speak for the other two commissioners, but for us as a commission, I know tourism and childcare with regard to workforce and livability and cost of living here were kind of the two top of mind issues. They are spelled out in the law right at the top, the state law. And our survey clearly showed that those two were at the top of the minds of our constituents as well. And so to specify those rather than just say all uses permitted by law and specify nothing, I think it's appropriate to point out childcare and housing right at the top and say, and whatever else might develop in the future that we would choose to use it for if we saw fit.
So I think that I want to try to convince ideally both of you that we should limit this measure to housing. That this measure asks for funding to be directed to housing, a combination of housing and advertising. That would mean us deciding that if we want to spend this money on childcare or on enhancing the visitor experience in the future, we would have to go back to the voters and ask for that. That's not restricting a future board any more than current legislation restricts us now, which is that we have to go to the voters to ask to expand the use. The reason for that is because I think that housing has raised itself as not only the most important humanitarian issue in our county, but the most important economic issue in our county. I think when we look at the results of the survey, we see very clearly that the businesses who responded, and it was not very many of them, put as the top thing, the number of employees they have is the top challenge they face. The second highest challenge they face is their employers' access to housing. I don't see the quality of the visitor experience showing up anywhere in those survey results. I don't see it showing up. I just don't see it showing up. And so what I would like to see us do is give the voters a very simple choice, which is to decide to carve out some revenue that has been used for marketing, which when we passed this in 1990, the number of customers was probably our biggest economic challenge. Now it's the number of employees, and that's directly related to the number of homes the employees have. In the future, as things evolve, if childcare becomes the number one issue, if the quality of the visitor experience becomes the number one issue, this board or a future board can go back to the voters and ask for that to be expanded again. What I doubt is that if we give ourselves all of the flexibility allowed within the law, that we will see an adequate amount of investment in housing. And that's because we have big budget challenges. We have general fund expenditures that we're spending today, that if we give ourselves the maximum flexibility under the law, we will be able to take these revenues that we can use to do new things and use them instead to save money in the general fund, where we're making expenditures out of the general fund that are legally allowed under this law. I think it's going to be really hard in every single budget year as we see this fiscal crisis unfold for a board of county commissioners to justify an investment in housing over general fund savings. I think that we would do that. That has dramatic long-term negative impacts, because our only way to try to get out of this fiscal crisis we're in is to, without having a tax rate that no one is ready to accept, is to try to develop our economy. And the first step in developing our economy is developing housing, so that the employers we have today have access to a number of employees that maximizes not just the value of their property and the number of their sales, but their ability to grow, and for us to have an economy that can grow. And so that's why I think that we need to limit this to housing only for right now. And well, housing, and then obviously the historic investment, which is marketing. So I'll stop there. I realize that's a little bit of a speech. I don't see another path for Clear Creek County to build the programming it needs to see success in our housing market.
So I appreciate that argument. I think it's a tortured argument. Essentially, my takeaway is we should take housing and elevate it above every other thing that we're doing in our jobs with relate to public safety, our roads, well, not roads, has its own funding, but and the idea that it's okay to do that because we could always go back at the expense and complexity and time wasting of doing another ask of the public in the future. That's not a real path, right? Essentially, if we make this decision now, no future board is likely to ever go back and do this. So it's essentially, like I said, elevating housing above everything else. I think housing is important for sure, but I think it needs to stand on its own merits. I don't think we need to essentially take away the voters' ability to influence policy in the future and create a dedicated funding source. And I know that housing is important to you, George, personally, and something that you campaigned on, and I understand all of that, but I don't think it's a strong argument.
I think that the state law was created, and we can, of course, interpret it and use it as we wish because of the flexibility that's there. But I think the intent, the aspirational intent of that law was born out of the recognition that there are positive and negative impacts to tourism, and that they are numerous. And this was to be able to give communities the ability to address those impacts. And the reason that housing and childcare were brought up was that workforce and the cost of housing in tourism-related communities are two of the things that are necessary for subsistence to be able to live where you work. And that, so therefore they are paramount towards addressing that impact. Another one of the impacts that's come out has been the bombing of our natural resources and the infrastructure, the tourism, what I'll say, the infrastructure that tourists like to use when they're there. So rather than think of this as a way for us to just do all of the things that can be done in the general fund, because I think we'd be hard pressed to use it for anything we wanted to. Some of those things I mentioned were really more about trying to mitigate the negative impacts to our environment in our communities and environments which are unpleasant to be in, because there's actually, you have too many people crowded into one place is also another legitimate impact that we see. That said, at the current time, the rest of George's argument, I agree with. Whether it's, so the only thing comes down to whether we want to restrict this to housing only, or whether we want to leave the possibility out there. Now, my expectation is that housing will be top and center until a long time after I'm gone. And when we decided what to do with the 2023 budget based on the outcome of this election, if we pass this, I would argue that probably housing and maybe childcare some would be where we put every penny of it coming up in the next year and for the foreseeable future. But I also know from working with and witnessing, those other impacts that I think we should allow ourselves to have the flexibility to do those things too when the time comes. And then we can either saddle the few. I think we're not going to be able to control them because if future boards can do what they want anyway, but I think to leave this open enough that we can adjust accordingly and respond to the needs without having to go back to the ballot, like with Tabor, every time we need to adjust to a changing world. We're better to leave ourselves the flexibility and have a little bit of hope that, first of all, that we use good judgment ourselves and know what that is. And secondly, that future boards will do the same, and to limit their ability to respond to their constituencies in the changing times is, I think, the part of the argument that I have a little more confidence in both our ability moving forward in the next 2.5 years for Sean and I, and hopefully the next 4.5 years for George, that we'll be doing the right thing with the money, and hope that we can influence others as long as we're around to do the same thing, to continue to elevate these discussions and do the right things. But I think these are all the things we've addressed are impacts that we need to have the flexibility to address going forward. And I agree, though, that we need to be strategic when we do that, because the amount of the money, I would rather than giving each one of those a little bit of money so that we can get nothing done in any of them, I agree that working on the very top one until we see so much money that we need to spend it somewhere else. That idea about a few hotels built over the next 10 years is not completely out of the question. And there could be a good deal there could be funds to do a couple of things. I think for the amount of time I'm around, it's probably all housing. That's probably what I want to spend it on. Maybe some towards childcare to underwrite and subsidize that. And I would expect that resource management, which is what I think of as enhancing visitor experience, is, definitely the third one down the line, and why we don't even mention it by name in the writing that's in front of us right now.
I do think you raise an interesting point too, and we always try to be as future-proof as we reasonably can. And there are a number of fairly high-profile projects in the county, and if one or two of those comes to pass, we may need the flexibility we may be able to fully fund whatever the county's appropriate role is in a certain function, and then see what's next most important.
So so what I'm looking for here, because I'm not really clear, is there a consensus then to now have it to support housing for the tourism related workforce, et cetera, and for all other purposes permitted by law, but remove childcare and not include visitor experience, or is that not the consensus?
I mean, I'm okay with removing childcare because it fits under the other catch-all, correct? If I'm okay leaving it the way it is too. That one,
right,
is not critical.
Keeping in mind that all other purposes permitted by law is a catch-all, but whether ultimately that is specific enough from the legislature's view remains to be seen. It's unknown. And so the chances are that we could end up going back to the voters if you wanted to expand it to a different use other than housing, and going back to the voters and specifically stating, can we expand it now for the visitor experience?
Yeah, I'll just speak for myself. I'm fine with the way you wrote it.
I am too, actually, because I like the fact that it emphasizes our workforce and family infrastructure that we need. We need childcare care. We need housing. We've worked on healthcare a lot. We've worked on a lot of things, but I think the most important things are housing and childcare. And housing is the biggest crunch that we've got right now, based on the sale values I've seen across the street from my house in the last month. And, it's shocking to me, and the amount of work that we have to put into preserving housing here is the part of George's argument that resonates with me the most. But I do think that all of those issues that we're facing, all of those of the negative, and of course there are negative and positive, but into everything, but the negative impacts of tourism are what we're trying to address with this reallocation of funds. And I think we need to be flexible enough to adapt, at least for the next, decade or more. And so I like the wording the way it is, because it only lists two things that are very much in concert with each other, which is for working families to be able to live where they work in this community and build a vibrant community as a result, instead of evolving to a place that's mostly dark neighborhoods during the middle of the week and noisy neighborhoods on the weekends. And which is what's happening as a result of the current real estate trends.
Okay, so now I believe I have an understanding of what you're saying. If we do leave the language as it is, in the highlighted portion, I'm gonna share the screen again, just so you have it. So everybody is on the same page as to what we're looking at. So essentially, first of all, I'm going to right now remove this. So this would be what the language would state. The way it's currently written, but I do want you all to understand again that, just so we're clear, for all other purposes permitted by law, while that does seem like it is a catch-all, but the language in the statute does state that we do have to specifically list what those extended uses are. So I just want us to be aware that while it offers us some flexibility, were we decide that we want to use it for other purposes other than housing for the tourism related workforce, including seasonal workers and other workers in the community, that I would likely end up saying that I would advise the board to go back to the voters and say, let's expand it officially for capital expenditures related to the tourism experience. Childcare for the tourism related workers, that type of thing. Because having it out there, well, as you might go and spend it on that, if we were challenged, I'm not sure if the legislature is going to say, well, that wasn't specific enough. The legislature won't interpret it, a court will, but I'm saying they'll look to the legislative history of how this came about. And that's my only concern. So I just want you to be aware of that. If we go with this, that we may want to go back. Right now, it may not be an issue because of the limited amount of lodging tax dollars that come in as it is. There may be more than enough to spend on housing.
Are you kind of recommending we mirror more closely the state language and put in the visitor experience instead of that catch-all?
So if the board wants that option and wants to have it as broad as possible, then I would take this portion here, which says, and for facilitating and enhancing visitor experiences, and I would put it down there.
I'm not necessarily campaigning that that's where
Right.
my heart is. I'm just trying to avoid going back to the voters unnecessarily if we could have foreseen that.
Right. And so you may recall that we originally, this was a discussion that I had sent to the board initially, was each individual board member to consider that as an option too.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'll support any consensus among the two of you. You know, it's my preference that this be restricted to housing only. And so in terms of how you want to give yourself flexibility for other stuff, that's, I think, up to you and Randy to figure out.
That's fair. And I'm on board with Randy. I'm not tipping my hand that is going to express my own interests. Like I said, I think a much more robust public engagement process is probably our responsibility. But with that said, you know, we have the multi-jurisdictional housing authority that's out there and needs some element of funding from us. So I guess hearing what Peter had to say, I don't think adding that extra language about the visitor experience overly confuses the language or makes it materially more attractive or unattractive, but I think it gives us the opportunity to avoid having to, it gives us the maximum amount of flexibility to mirror the state legislation.
I'd like to just remove that highlighted, not the entire highlighted portion, the "and for all other purposes permitted by law." I would like to take out what precedes that in the highlight, the part that you just added, Peter.
Okay,
The reason is I would like to keep the emphasis on housing and childcare and leave us the flexibility to think about those in the future. And then we can have a legal determination at that time whether we need to. By that time, it will become more clear if we need to go back to the ballot box to use it to harden a trail or to put in a reservation system in a given county asset. My heart is enough where George has expressed that I want, well, I'll let you know this year, you know, what I'm likely, we're in a public meeting, what I'm likely to do this year is when we complete this budget after we see is, and I think I stated this a minute ago, I think right now the biggest emphasis that we need is on housing, and my input to the county budget this year is going to be for whatever we project those additional funds to be, that they are put into the personnel or the subsidization or whatever, or the consultation with someone else for whatever it takes to advance housing in the county. And that's likely, just my wild guess looking at the landscape around us, is it's likely to remain true for the balance of my 2.5 years in this office.
I guess I'm a little confused. You said the exact opposite of what I thought you were going to say, because it seems like what's in yellow now is legally tenuous and may have no value whatsoever to put in there, whereas what is in green actually aligns with what the state has laid out and will put us into safe harbor if we want to be able to have the option of using it for whatever the maximum flexibility that the state offered us. Is that fair to say, Brian?
yes, that is fair to say. That's a correct assessment. So if you're looking for the most flexibility, then it seems to make sense that you would use "and for facilitating enhancing visitor experiences." If you want to at least limit it, then you would not include that. And just the focus there would be housing and childcare, for example, for the tourism really.
And like I said before, I think the housing and probably mostly housing stands on its own merits, right? I don't think we need to give it any extra juice. I think it has, plenty of community support. And like I said, I just feel like it's kind of been my own policy since I got in office, was to give the voters the maximum say and not limit what we trust them with. And that's why I've historically been fine with asking for tax increases. And I've so happened to agreed with the two that we asked for. But even if I hadn't agreed with them, I would have very likely approved giving the voters the choice.
I'm not sure if, and this is just maybe just for the purpose of arguing, because I don't think it impacts this measure, but I'm not sure that framing adding more options in this tax, in this ballot measure, I don't think you can appropriately frame that as giving the voters more choices. I think that's giving the voters less clear choices. It's not giving them more choices, because the choice will be us among those options, right? What you're doing is you're giving the voters less clear choices and giving us more choices.
You're asking that, what you're saying, George, is that you believe that by having everything that's there left in there right now, what we've actually done is asking the voters to make a choice so that to allow us to make a choice later on of our own discretion. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're asking for more discretion rather than giving them all of the discretion.
Yeah, and I looking at this kind of practically, and I personally think that without raising taxes and people's recognition that our visitors are going to be paying this tax, I expect that this is going to pass, likely however it's worded. But with that said, there's a subset of our constituents who are very passionate about childcare. There's another subset who thinks that's not the government's business. There's another subset who has the same feeling about childcare. There's another subset who's going to be all about the visitor experience. And maybe they didn't show up in the questionnaire, but that questionnaire kind of got sent out to the true believers who are paying attention to what's going on in county government. So by including more, I think you have a larger tent that appeals to more voters, that allows for the dollars to be not limited here at this conversation now, but will be limited in the future based on the facts on the ground and by the public's input as well. Or not say limited, but appropriately directed. So this isn't the sword the hill I'm going to die on, but I do kind of think about what Peter said. And I think he's sort of not necessarily recommending, but pointing out that the green basically gives us better alignment, less legal challenges. The yellow may have no value whatsoever.
I think one of the things that I don't like about the state wording is it says, and for facilitating and enhancing visitor experiences. And I guess the reason for that is that when I look at the things that we say we're building for visitors, there are also quality of life amenities and assets that we build for ourselves to have, in many cases, a more healthy and better informed and a community more educated about its own place. And so for me, when I talk about some of the things we think of as things visitors do versus things we do, it's like we lose sight of the fact that we enjoy those same things. And that's why in many cases we live here. But I think that's a conversation going too philosophically into the weeds about what I think is a shortcoming of the approach to some of the assets that we typically see in tourism and in tourism areas, that it's about ourselves as well. And so when we enhance visitor experiences, we're potentially enhancing resident experiences as well, and worker experiences, their own lives, depending on what you use it for. I do think that the wording is based on the results of our non-scientific study is going to resonate less well than the first two. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. I mean, I think
And it sounds like Peter is saying that the "and for all other purposes permitted by law" is pretty useless.
It could be,
he's shaking his head.
It is.
if that was in our current language, I mean, well, it could be useful in a future context where the legislation is not the same, where the CRS is not the same,
Right.
right? If in the future the legislature says, oh, and this, and eliminates that prescription that the ballot language be specific, that could allow us to do whatever it is the legislature says we could later on. I think that's the only reason it would provide value to us.
That's true.
And that's highly speculative. I'm not arguing that it stay in. I'm just.
The all other purposes
So there's,
permitted by law.
if you leave them both in, it gives us the maximum flexibility and potentially allows for incorporation of any changes in the state legislation as well. So it doesn't necessarily have a purpose now, but it may offer some value later.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the reason we tend to put language like this in ballot measures is just as a catch-all, as a safety. But because of the language in the legislation that asks for specificity, that's why the additional language that that's in green would be needed if we really wanted to take advantage of that. I would not want to rely on for all other purposes permitted by law if we truly thought that we were going to be using any of the funds for the facilitating and experiencing visitor experiences, or enhancing visitor experiences rather.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with what you said, Randy. I mean, I can't imagine myself personally getting excited about funding something that enhances visitor experience at the expense of anybody that lives here in the county. I can almost say categorically, I probably would never support something like that. So I don't really see the danger in that addition.
This is the kind of legal semantics, but one thing I've heard here, two different things I've heard in this, not for the purpose of debating, but just for observing here. Peter said, if we want to do anything, even though it says, and for all other purposes permitted by law, because of the ballot, because of the legislative language, if we want to do anything that isn't spelled out, we still have to go back to the voters to do it. And so to say that last yellow portion actually allows us flexibility to work with future legislation is not really true if the first statement is true. I mean, it seems like they are self-contradictory. Either we do have to go back to the voters anyway, or we don't. And if we do, to add anything that isn't specified, then the portion in yellow there is superfluous. Because it doesn't allow us to do anything else that isn't already specified. And we've already specified it, then we don't need the yellow. But
So what I was saying is the reason the yellow's in there is more of a legal structure type of reasoning that typically in ballot language, you would have a catch-all protection. It doesn't hurt the ballot language, but it isn't going to necessarily afford you additional opportunities under this particular legislation. Would it be a problem if we took it out? No, but as George was also pointing out, let's say there is an amendment to the current law, and there is an expansion, or they remove certain requirements in that law. For all other purposes permitted by law kind of covers that.
It doesn't require us to go back to the voters.
And you wouldn't have to go back at that point if certain changes in the current law, make sense with that. We can't predict what the legislature will do, of course, but my recommendation would be, regardless, to leave in the yellow language. I don't think it complicates the ballot language anymore, but I think it offers some protection.
For what it's worth, I think both the green and the yellow cost of the measure votes. If I'm a voter, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, what is enhancing visitor experiences? I thought this was about us. I'm less likely to vote for it. Same thing with all other purposes as permitted by the law. I'm like, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe the Board of County Commissioners wants to ask for a general fund mill levy because they want flexibility.
I think that the portion in green, to me, is the one that costs us the most with the voters, only because, and this is why I said it a little bit ago, it's one of those things that means all kinds of different things to all kinds of different people. And I know that from previous conversations we've had about, for example, recreational amenities like the Greenway and everything, and even listening to our own language in the room, it's clear that each of us has different perceptions about who those things are for. And that was why I kind of introduced that philosophical discussion a little bit ago about they're good for us too, if we use them. But I think that it is such a catch-all, it's going to push a button. The green portion pushes a button and a trigger in a lot of people's minds, which is clear from the survey that we did. Sean's right. We may not have captured a lot of other stakeholders in the community that have different philosophies and ideas, but those that we did capture were clearly focused on taking care of the community first. I happen to consider the portion in green to also be taking care of community, both its environment and its people. But I don't know that it will be. I don't know that will be understood by the voters.
And I mean, I think that's an interesting point. I think it's highly speculative because I think also the three of us tend to hang around different people and hear different things in the community. And I could make an equal argument that what's in the yellow and green is going to gain support from people who aren't super passionate about what's above it. So, and again, I think this is sort of like a little bit of a meaningless argument because my expectation is this is going to pass it exactly as it's worded and probably fairly easily. Spending other people's monies is always pretty popular around here.
We have about 4 different versions of this now we're thinking about. Or, yeah, 4.
No, I would suggest that you look just what's on the screen right now, and then really, I think the determination has to be whether or not you're going to include the green language. I'd suggest you keep the yellow language regardless, but if you want to include the green language, I think that's where you have to decide it. And then, of course, the percentages.
Yeah, and I'll support this without the green language. I think that it's a mistake, but I think it's important for us to reach consensus. My ask would be that we leave the green language in there because I think it gives us the most flexibility to do the best job for the taxpayers after this passes, which, like I said, I expect it will.
I think for the reasons that I stated, I'd prefer the green language out. And not that I don't respect what Sean is saying. I think it's true. My gut is that both at the ballot box and as we move forward over the next decade, what is written there without the green language will cover all of the needs that we're likely to spend this money on. And for that reason, I'd like to see the green removed. Peter's legal advice also notwithstanding.
George, looks like you get to be the decider.
You guys ready for a motion?
Sure.
Yeah, let us hear it in the motion, maybe.
I'm gonna make a motion approving resolution 22-12. Nope. That's the wrong-
22-54.
Wrong resolution. 22-54. With the inclusion of the language in green on your screen to that ballot. Wait, without the inclusion. Will you erase that language in green?
Okay.
That's simpler.
With the ballot language as is put on the screen, and with authority for the county attorney to make modifications to this language to make sure it passes legal muster within the stated intent of the board, including explicitly the exclusion of that specific facilitating and enhancing the visitor experience language. But what I'm trying to say is that you are not authorized to include that, legal opinions aside.
Understand. And does that motion, just to clarify, also include any changes to the resolution itself, the language,
Yes.
just to correct any scrivener's?
Yes.
Right, any typos and any minor adjustment that you need to do based on your continuing legal investigation of how to make sure that this is compatible with the state legislation for our stated purposes.
Is that a second with a friendly amendment?
Yep. Well, it's just, an amendment to the direction, not an amendment to the, right. Yeah, make sure it's not an illegal thing that we put in front of the voters. Stated more simply.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Are we good with the 60% and 40%? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, hearing no further discussion, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. I think that concludes our business for the day. We have one more executive session though.
That is correct. Let me unshare the screen. Sorry. We do have one more executive session. There are 2 listed on the agenda, but we are not going to do the executive session dealing with the fire authority, just to give everybody the heads up. So it will only be one, and then we would come back just to close out the regular session.
Okay, then I move the board moves into executive session to discuss the following matters.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B and C, for the county attorney to be with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to I can't wait. No, that's correct. Sorry. Pertaining to the intergovernmental agreement for the operation, administration, and financial support of the Clear Creek County Communication Center, also known as the IGA, and determining position relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to payment of annual operation charges for services.
Board of
of the
Equalization.
Communication Center for the IGA participating members.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
We'll now move back into executive session. No written minutes to be kept. No decisions will be made. We will be returning. How long do you think it'll take, Peter?
I don't think it's 15 minutes.
Yeah, probably within half hour, and we'll close out the public meeting.
'cause I think she has. Okay, and we got hot mics. Okay.
Oh, no, because I wouldn't have been able to get in anyway.
All right, so the board has returned from our executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and this concludes our business for today. Our next BOCC meeting will be 1 week from today at 8:30. See everyone then. We stand adjourned.
Second.